Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 21 enemies. Is this the libraries in first place? Blue or Sweet takes over first. Sigma's in third. And we're done? Yes, we are. Did I need place? Okay. Blue or Sweet is in first place, 12 kill, 2 assist. Is this the library? Is in second place with 5 kills. Sigma OS is in third with 5 assists. We have gold. Do we have a Blue or Sweet? Well, yes, we do. They're in first place. And then we have Musketeers that are not currently claimed by anyone. Show. Amoronix, you have gotten Musketeers. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the skin chest. Alrighty, need another mage, and I have another mage. Not going to be all that efficient, but the point is to place them, not to have them win the battle for all of us. Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. So it is time for me to visit the shop for anything not level 30. I'm above 20k. I gotta refresh. And that's gonna be it for that. So, half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And now to look in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased, and I only have 3 refresh. I've dropped below 130. There's 2 and 3. Alrighty. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome. Oh, wow. Okay, give me a moment. I need to clear this up. Welcome to Tuesday. Wait. Where's the world map? Hope your week is going well. Better than mine. I'm a little. I don't know why the T did not go, but there we go. What? What destination? Mini file have the same name. I don't want to merge anything. What the hell? Okay, let's remove that. Okay. All right. Yes, welcome to Tuesday, where things are a little haphazard for me. I hope the week is going well. I hope you are energized for the day, the rest of the week. And yeah, that's about it. Let's see. I'm not like Today is read and correct. So breaking step 5, 6. Oh boy. Of course, they're long chapters. I think I'm going to do them out of order. Not that anyone cares, because I'd rather have full time to make the other one. So, I am, okay, for those who aren't used to this, when I do the read and correct, I record it. Therefore, I will ignore the chat for the duration. And should the the recording go long, I will the Stream Raider battle will be delayed. So I will start this by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up, and I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 97 of Breaking Step. Mez took the queens out, except for theirs, which was in the center of the grid, then put them back in. Put them back in. Then put them back in, starting with the oh wow, okay, this is surrounding it with those stamped with a flower and two swords crossed over them. The 8 immediately around it snapped in alignment with the threads around the hole. Okay, I need to specify essence. The essence threads around the hole when he turned them so they were straight in their place. How do you know where they go? Tibbs asked, taking the rest and making stacks based on how they were stamped. I've had to study the world's geography, the archer replied. These are Olvilon's quain. He placed the 5 left in his hand, but only one snapped when he turned it. He moved from one hole to the other around those already in place until each snapped. It's the kingdom in which Craggle Rock is located. Why do you have to know that? A proper noble must know all his neighbors, Mez recited with a derision in a high-pitched voice. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Tibbs wasn't sure Tibbs wasn't sure who it was meant to be. Not that she knows what it means to be a noble, he added, and Tibbs figured he was talking about his girl. This is the first time any of it's been of use. Hand me those for Mirania. Tibbs looked at the stamps. I don't know which one it is. Those are with the hammer over a shield. They're Olvilon's neighbor's sunrise ward. If Craggle Rock is in Olvilon, why does it have a different stamp? The dungeon's ego, the archer said, as he placed the queens, moving those that didn't snap. Well, that is possible, Don said. It still plays into the fact that because it's a dungeon city, Craggle Rock is actually part of the kingdom of the Adventurers Guild. A guild can't be a kingdom, Shekel said. When that guild controls a force able to topple any king it wants, the sorcerer said, it can be whatever it wants. It also simplifies how the other kingdoms deal with it, since it means there will be something resembling a unified mindset across all dungeon cities instead of each guild building each local guild running things as they want. Ah, yes, Comdar said. The kingdom's so well vaunted internal unity. If each guild is as such, then none should be surprised when they encounter their next posting and find that things are done in a completely different manner as to what you have learned here. Spent time among a lot of guilds? Jekyll asked. So innocently the cleric chuckled. No, but I have traveled through many kingdoms, and the unity is only as strong as the king's will to enforce it. Which leads to tyranny, Mess said, taking the stacks with the badger and putting this to the right of Alvilond and Miranius Quains. Indeed, the cleric said. I defer to your experience, Don said. Research tends to be narrow-minded, so the conclusion when studying people tends to be just as narrow-focused. You know what? Narrowly focused. How about I spell this right? Coins with the anchor and setting sun went above and to the left of Alvilons. Then a forest with an anvil before it made a line along the left quains. Beyond that were individually stamped quain with a series of quains with waves and what Maz told him was a ship's helm. When the last quain snapped into place, the door silently opened, revealing a large room with a white so bright it took him a moment to realize there was something wrong. Tibbs leaned in and to look left and right. The walls were far enough he should see inside at least 7 offices on each side. He looked into the office next door, and it was still there, with the broken desk and shelves that resulted from Jekyll's fight. How is the room larger than what space there is? Don asked. I'm not sure. Can you sense anything out of place? Tibbs vehemently shook his head. He wasn't even risking the chance he'd brush against what was under the building. The sorcerer looked into the room, eyes narrowed against the glare. The property of void as an element would allow for something like this, but I haven't read anything about it being done. Jekyll cracked his fingers, grinning. If there's a boss there's a boss. Okay, that's going to be that's a boss. That's a boss, if I've ever saw one. Tibbs looked into the room again, trying to understand what his friend was. How had he missed the creature that stood in what might be the back, but might be the back. He couldn't tell how deep the room was. It wasn't only how large it was, its blackness marred with the empty whiteness surrounding it. Only on focusing could Tibbs tell it wasn't actually all black. Its head was covered with eyes, and its body was made of patches of dark colors in various simple shapes. Connected with so many strands of black, he could barely make out the gray underneath. How about we figure out if the dungeon has given us an easier way? Don said. Okay, I don't like this big block. So let's see if I can move that here. Mainly because, this is a response from Don to this. So I want it kept close-ish. Tibbs looked into the room again, trying to understand what his friend was. How had he missed the creature that stood at what might be the back? He couldn't tell how deep the room was. How about we figure out if the dungeon has given us an easier way, Don said, before you run in to start the fight. It wasn't only how large it was. Its blackness marred the empty whiteness surrounding it. Only by focusing could Tibbs tell it wasn't actually black. Its head was covered with eyes, and its body was made of patches of dark color in various simple shapes. Connected with so many strands of blacks, he could barely make out the gray underneath. I don't see how there's going to be a puzzle, Mess said. The room's basically empty. Tibbs, Comdar? The fighter asked. I'm not trying it from this far, Tibbs replied. There are no secrets in this room that are different from any of the others filling this building. Jekyll rubbed his hands. Straight up fight it is. Don blocked his way. This is a dungeon. There's always more to a room than just fighting. Give us time. It's still going to be there if we can't think of something. Jekyll raised his hand and stepped back. You think this is the floor boss? You wish, Stowe replied. I doubt it, Don said. We haven't even explored half the city. My guess is that it's going to be in a place that's entirely obvious, but only after we've worked out the clues leading to it. It won't be at the end of the floor, since this floor doesn't have an end in the traditional sense of the word. He almost got it, and he said, You have to be impressed. No, the them replied flatly. I am wondering if you aren't underestimating them. They made their way to this room with much too fast, and you said they wouldn't work out the puzzle unlocking the door before the door closed, before the exit. Actually, no, you know what? They would work out I don't need the unlocking before the door closed. Yeah, I'm going to wait to see what readers have to say about that. I think I can get away with it. How was I supposed to know one of them would know about that geography thing? Stowe replied. They never talked about it before, and I didn't know it was a thing until you showed up and told me about all the people out there and how they gather together. Even their rogue didn't know what the design on the coins was for. It would have been harder still if you hadn't set the coins to adjust themselves when? When they were nearly aligned. Yes, I'll grant you that, Stowe admitted. I'll come up with something to replace that before I get to updating this room tonight. Just remove it and be done with it. I do that, and there's no way any of them can solve it, Stowe replied. Isn't it the rule that every puzzle has to have a solution every member of a team can actually work out? Just get them to try every possibility, the them said. The sorcerer said there's so many of them it can't be done. How about we include braided essences as the way for them to tell how the coins are supposed to be aligned? Kenny offered in a conciliatory tone. We can put one of each element, like with the doorways, and it's going to force them to pay more attention since... And it will force them to pay more attention since it's going to be the structure of the braid and not just where it passes from the coin to the door that will be the indication it's in the correct slot. Tibbs took a breath in the stretching silence and stepped into the room. Well? Stowe demanded. Fine, the them said with enough reluctance. Tibbs wondered if their dislike was aimed at more than just him. For someone who was supposed to be there to make sure Stowe followed the rules, they didn't seem to like having to follow them too. He sensed the floor and space a pace before him, stopping when he was a third of the way in. It's clear to hear, he told the others, and they joined him. The boss creature didn't react to their presence. Is the trigger a threshold or under the floor and we have to step over it? Jekyll asked. For a boss, Don said, I expect a threshold. Close enough we can prepare, but not so much we'll be able to see every detail. What's the point in not just going at it? Jekyll asked impatiently. There's always a point in preparing, the sorcerer replied. It's to not die, Tibbs stated as Jekyll opened his mouth. He closed it inside. You just fought a bunch of golems, Bess said. How can you still be in a hurry to fight? He stopped as everyone stared at him. Never mind. Boss creature, Jekyll fighting the dungeon. How could I ever think he'd get enough of that? But you're still doing it smartly, Tibbs stated. You promised Krosev. I'm standing here, aren't I? Jekyll replied, a smile forming. While you're supposed to move ahead to make sure it's safe. He made a shooing motion. Tibbs considered the floor. The smart thing would be to extend his sense as far as the miasma let him. He could shape it, and that would... He thought his shudder was visible to the others. Okay. He couldn't let that paralyze him. He pushed his sense 1 and 3 paces ahead, not sensing anything. Willingly, not to go below this floor. Someone pushes away and did not sense anything. Before the fear stopped him. No threshold, no triggers in the floor yet. Well, tricky. While they were tricky, Stowe and Ganny were also predictable. When a boss room had traps, they were part of the entire floor, and it became something to deal with as part of fighting it. Stay with me, he instructed. Don's right. It's going to be a threshold, and we should be together when we cross it. In case it causes the walls to come down and divide us, preventing us from helping whoever takes on the boss directly. Don said. Oh! Ganny exclaimed while Tibbs glared at the sorcerer. Why didn't we think of that one before? Didn't Don know better than to give them ideas? They were halfway to the boss when the door banged close. Should we have put a block in the doorway? As asked, looking over his shoulder. I thought that would have helped, Jekyll replied. Tibbs grabbed his arm to keep him from rushing off. We crossed your threshold, haven't we? It has yet to move, Kumdar said. Was that always dripping from its finger? Don asked. Tibbs had noticed the black liquid forming a pool on each side of it. Are you sure those things are fingers? Mez asked. They look more like claws to me. No. The nibs of a quill, the sorcerer mused, which makes that ink. That is doubtful, Kumdar said. It will be something it uses against us. Ink, Don whispered, sounding like he was searching. He looked up. A miasma of ink. A what of ink? Jekyll asked while Tibbs stared. It's what my father called it one time after returning from an arduous day of dealing with the city government. They made me fill out so many forms they might as well be drowning me in a miasma of ink. Tibbs studied how they dripped. Those are more ribbons than actual drips. The inky ribbons of bureaucracy, Mess said. I heard one of the nobles say that. Something about never being smothered by them again now that they were in the city free of kings. Maybe that's the theme? Okay, Jekyll said. So don't let them touch me. Any more theorizing you want to do before Tibbs lets me go? He rolled his eyes. Of course I know the word. Karina was using it well before I heard you overuse it. Dawn. I don't Theories are what scholars use. He protested. You aren't one yet, Jekyll replied. But get on with it before it reaches us. Tibbs looked at the creature, and Jekyll was right. It took a lumbering step in their direction. Bureaucracy is slow, the sorcerer said. It wraps itself in paper and ink. I don't see paper, but the ribbons are going from patches to patches look like the same thing dripping from its fingers. That could be its armor. Do you think those patches are badges of offices? Mez asked. That or seals, Don said after considering. They might cause a fighter who touches it to be locked in place. Those are applied once everything is done, approved, and can't be changed. How about I stick to hitting its head? Jekyll asked impatiently. It's pretty high, Tibbs said. It had to be twice his friend's height. That won't be a problem. Good luck not having it notice your attack. Dawn said, all these eyes are there so it can't miss any details. But I don't see how that will protect it. So Jekyll was out of Tip's grips and running, his skin turning stone gray. Tip sighed. On the bright side, Mez said, we know he's going to survive whatever it throws at him. He'd better, Tibbs said, as Jekyll launched himself in the air, going much higher than Tibbs had ever seen him, well above the boss's creature, fist high and ready to strike once he fell onto its head. Only, Tibbs realized, Jekyll was no longer seemed to fall. Guys? The father called, worried. No, he still fell, but extremely slowly. Dawn sighed. Right, bureaucracy isn't just slow, it slows everything around it. And that concludes chapter 97 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you are looking, if you want to know when the next story is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story as well as the other books in the series, they are up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, and to ensure I do not forget and make a mistake. All right, this is gonna go in here because okay. And I made a mistake because I'm so used to have, so that's supposed to be 97. Let me deal with that. All right. Okay, so we're going to do 96. Means that. Bluer, are you there? I'm curious, like, do you normally join in from the start on the stream? Because I'm thinking going forward of starting with the world which is, since at least up till now the chapters have been on the smaller side, and the first reading usually is short on time because of the setup. And I know that that's primarily the story you drop by to listen to. So I want to make sure if I do that, that you will be able to listen into that. If not, I'll leave it as is and rearrange things as needed. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll start that next week, if I remember. Um, but yeah, I've just made. I've just realized that um, by its nature, Dungeon Runner Breaking Step has a larger chapter, and it's entirely possible that when I get to draft 2 of the world, which is, the chapters will get bigger. But right now, um, they tend to be on the smaller side, and I think that it's going to be a better way for me to start and minimize the number of time I've had issues with that. I'm gonna have advertising, start the Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 15 enemies. And we are off. That was a quick destruction there. Let's see. Sigma's in first place. Bluer is in second. Nursing Geek is in third. And we're done. We've won. Oh, I killed my baby mage killed someone. How cool is that? Sigma OS is in first place with 11 assists. Bluer Schwede is in second place, 9 kills. And Nursing Geek is in second place, 2 kill, 5 assists. We have Centurion and Monks. We have a Nursing Geek, I believe, so Nursing Geek gets their Monk. Centurions are still unclaimed by anyone, so Jessica, you get Centurions. And we move on to an insane battle before the skin chest. And I am now placing rows. Come on. There we go. Well, well, well. Well, now we know where they're going to be. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will start the next chapter by confirming my microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 96 of Breaking Step. Following Dawn and the pattern where the rings were quickly... quickly took them to the second floor. And because of how far apart they now were, they would have passed this door if not for Tibbs staying close to the wall in preparation for whenever the gong would sound the next exodus and sensed the weave in it. He paused in surprise, then looked at the door. It was like the others. Even the lock looked as simple, but the weave flowed around and through it. Tibbs, what is it? Jekyll asked. He did the numbers as he looked back to the room with the rings, counting where the next one should be, 1 and 7 further, which meant this is the boss room. How? The them snapped. They can count, Kenny said, sounding annoyed and slightly mirthful too. And this row can sense the door isn't like the others, Stowe added in a suspiciously neutral tone. Had he done this to ensure Tibbs would notice it? How could you overlook something so simple? The them demanded. Oh, like you realized it was a mistake, Stowe replied, annoyed. And will unlocking this door just let them in to fight your creation? No, Stowe said, and Tibbs heard the smile. He can tell there's something there, but not what it does. Stowe was right. There was another weave behind the door, but he had no idea what it did yet. First, he needed to get through this lock. The weave there had strands going through and around the tumblers. He considered using water, as he'd done with the other locks, but was the weave there to interact with that? There was earth, metal, air, some water, and plenty of other elements he couldn't sense. So maybe Gani had built it specifically to force rogues who'd grown too dependent on their essence to go... to force rogues who'd gone through dependent... Okay, dependent on their essence to go back to basics. Lockpicks? Jekyll asked as Tibbs formed them in ice. With ice. I don't want to risk the weave in the lock and deactivating the puzzle if I use essence directly to open it. If we come back, I'll try with essence then. The them snorted. The weave moved as he adjusted the tumblers, but not in a way that told him what it did. Some of the threads were aligning, but others already had been before he started. With the last tumbler in place, he turned the tension bar, and the attached strand pulled onto the rest of the weave, and his breath caught in his throat as he was yanked away hard. The door was no longer like the others. It was silver, looking more like metal than stone or wood, with rows of circles in it. 81 slot, Dawn said as Tibbs caught his breath. That's the puzzle. 9 rows of 9 circles made 8 and 1. Dawn fit one of the coins he collected in a hole. That's what the coins are for. He considered something, but that can't be just about filling each of them. That's too simple. Do we even have enough? Jekyll asked. Tibbs took those he had and made stacks of 9s. He had 3 and 4 coins left. He had 3 and 4 coins left. The others added theirs, bringing the total to 7 stack and 6. I'll get them, Jekyll said, rubbing his hand as he turned to the door on the other wall. It'll be faster if I get them, Tibbs said. You've had your fun, the fighter replied. Now it's my turn. He kicked in the door. What's your sense of the puzzle? Don asked, and Tibbs put the fighting out of his mind. There's essence in each hole and lines connecting all of them. You put a coin in and sense for a change. There's essence in the coins, but I can't tell if it's interacting with what's already there. If it's supposed to interact with what's already there. You're right. I don't think just putting them will be enough. Told you, Stowe said with pride. Jekyll had added 2 coins to the stack and moved on to the next door. We could speed this up by each taking a door, Mez said. We know what the golems and them do, so none of us would be in danger. It's not going to help us get through this puzzle any faster, Don replied. So Jekyll might as well break golems. He's entitled to it after standing while you shot all of them. Not here, Jekyll said as he exited the office and kicked in the door facing it. Mez sat and took a skin from his back. If you'll make me make tankards, Tibbs, we might as well relax until he's done then. Tibbs made them 1 each while continuing to study the puzzle. When Jekyll added the next 2 coins, he left the food from his pack behind, and Don forced Tibbs to sit and eat something. Tibbs had a coin left over when he placed the last one in the door. He pocketed it. It might be worth something, even without the usual marking. 8 and 1 coins and the same number of holes, and nothing. Well, not nothing. The weave in the door had reacted, and the door had glowed before fading back to normal, and nothing had changed. Taking out a coin, putting it back, produced the same result. I think, Don hesitated, this is to let us know the weave checked what we did, and it checks what we do, and it isn't right. Then what do? Jekyll asked. We work out the specific of the puzzle, the sorcerer replied. What did the weave do when you took the coin out and put it back? It shifted, then went back to its previous state, I think. You think? The weave is complex. It isn't so dense the way some of the others are. When Genu didn't want him to be able to use what he sensed. Did it mean the weave wasn't important to the puzzle, or sensing it was part of the puzzle? Oh, what do you sense? He asked Don. The sorcerer closed his eyes. I can tell there's a weave, but I don't have your precision. There are lots of threads, but that's about it. Tibbs looked at Comdar, who frowned. There are secrets within the door, many secrets. He paused, and his channels filled with essence, moving to the note of sight. Not this time, cleric, Genny said with glee. There are too many of them, and of so many types, I cannot say what is of use. This is purposeful. I am afraid you will need to accomplish this without my assistance. Tibbs nodded. Genny had been too pleased with herself. I told you I made it too hard for them, Stowe said. Don took a coin from the door and turned it in his finger. You said there is essence in the coins. Does it lock with the door's weave? Tibbs rotated a coin in its hole. The essence turns with the coin. Don tapped a finger on the coin. We're missing something. The dungeon can't expect us to try all the permutation. We'd be at it all week. That isn't what I did, Stowe said. I know very well it isn't, the them replied, annoyed. I can sense what you did as well as you, although it would have been a way to ensure they stayed past the door closing. How many are there? Tibbs asked, wishing the them had slipped and given him a clue. Don chuckled. I don't know, but the number would be so big I doubt it can be contained in all the books in the library. It'd take us more than a week to try that many of them. Jekyll said, this is a lock, so it's just about making the essence line up, right? You can sense that, Tibbs. Only if I can tell them apart, Tibbs replied. Jekyll might be onto something, Don said, and Tibbs stared at the lack of surprise in the tone. See if you can turn it so that as many of them line up. The coin turned, and some of the strands in it lined up. He moved it to another position, and different threads could be made to line up. He tried 3 more spots before shaking his head. So we can't win this? Jekyll said. Should I try punching through it? The dungeon wouldn't let that be a possibility, Don said. And he makes all the puzzles so we can work them out, Tibbs added. If this looks like it can't be done, it means we missed something. I told you, Stowe said. I know how runners think. They only had one thing on their mind and missed the rest. Tibbs kept staring at the door to keep from reacting. That had been for him. Stowe wanted him to get in the room. Normally he wouldn't help, which meant the reward would be more rings. What they had already would... They already had a lot. But it wasn't enough to help everyone. So I'd confirmed he'd missed something, and that it was because he'd only had one thing on his mind. What was on his mind? Helping the town, which meant getting the rings, which had caused him to basically ignore everything else in the offices. If not for making sure that them didn't realize Tibbs was speeding through the offices to get to those with the rings, he wouldn't have bothered taking anything else. What had he taken? He took the 2 pages that reminded him of promises, the cylinder, the sheath without the sword in it, and the extra coin. He wanted to put it away since he knew that was what it was for, but was that him being too focused on one thing? He made a table of ice and laid the item on it. What are these? Don tapped the papers. I don't know. It was in one of the safes. I want Darren to look at them because to me, the way the letters and decorations are arranged reminds me of how promises look. Stole many promises, have you? Don asked with a chuckle. Tibbs realized that while he told him about taking down the brokerage for Archer and so they wouldn't be able to pay the assassins anymore, he'd forgotten to mention what he'd taken for himself in the process. The sorcerer took the cylinder and studied it. What do you think this is? I noticed them on the desks. They were in the safes too. Darren might know what it is. Don nodded and placed it back. Why are you taking them out? Because we're missing something. Tibbs looked at the items, sensed them. The answer was there. The answer to the puzzle is in this room. He motioned to everything around them. So I'm trying to figure out what item we found that has it. Jekyll placed 3 crystal bottles on the table. Those come from the offices. But we know what they're for, Don said. Jekyll shrugged. And the dungeon knows what we know. We know that. I'm not that smart. I'm just adding them because Tibbs said he's looking at all the items we found there. We found in there. And doesn't this look like some sort of quill? Maz asked, picking up the cylinder. Look at the tip. That's definitely something I could write with. But there's nothing to write with or on, Don said. There is that. Jekyll tapped the paper. And how does that have something to do with the door? The sorcerer asked. I think you're trying too hard. You're saying anything that comes to you and hoping it's right. What else are the rest of us going to do? The fighter replied with a smile. You two are the smart ones. I have so little idea. I just say them when I do. They'd look at the cylinders and took the cylinders and looked it over. Mez was right. The tips was a lot like that of a quill. He sort of remembered thinking that when he picked up the first one. And he knew better than to dismiss what Jekyll said out of hand. He'd known he was smarter than he let on well before he promised Khrushchev to do better. And Don was wrong about one thing. Tibbs was the one with a habit of trying too hard. If getting lost in how deep the problem was, of getting lost in how deep the problem was, even when it had a simple solution. Not that this looked to have a simple solution. If this was a quill of some sort, where was the ink? And Tibbs agreed with Don that the paper was probably not what needed to be written on, which left them without ink or anything to write on. He picked up the coin, a thought coming to him. Can coins be blank? No, Don replied. Sure, before they're stamped. Those aren't coins, the sorcerer said. They're blanks, like these. He motioned to the door. They have to be stamped to be called coins. Hence, coins can't be blank. You'd have fun convincing my cousins of that, Jekyll said, considering it was their job to get them before they reached the treasury. My father liked having his own supply of coins to stamp as needed. Wouldn't it be easier for your cousins to steal them after they've been stamped? Mez asked. The treasurer wouldn't know they've been taken, Don said. Each treasury has a code they use to mark the coins as authentic. I don't know what it is, since it's a secret they guard with more ardor than the coins themselves, but until they get distributed, they know exactly where each coin is. And that secrecy means no one knows what the code is for coins from other kingdoms, Jekyll added. Tibbs turned the coins in his fingers. So they stamp a coin to make it real? More to show where it's from, Jekyll said. Some kingdoms refuse to recognize a rival's coin as valid, but more will say it's worth less. It's how kings show they aren't happy with the others. But since it didn't cost my father anything but buying the stamp from each country, even a reduced value means more coins for him to spend. So the stamp tells you where the coins come from, Tibbs mused. Where it claims to be from, Jekyll said. But yeah, basically. Which didn't help him. He had no way to stamp the coins. But was that right? He was confident of that the fact the coins weren't real yet was part of it. But was he supposed to make them real or reveal the truth of them being real? He suffused himself with light and shone it on the door. Stowe chuckled as the light was absorbed by darkness in the door, making it grow thicker instead of piercing it. You aren't cutting through this one, buddy. With a huff, Tibbs let go of the element and turned to his friends, who were rubbing at their tearing eyes. How about some warning next time? Jekyll blinked a few times. Sorry, I thought I could have light show me the truth about the coins, but the dungeon's wise to that. The darkness in the weave absorbed it. Mayhaps, Commodore said, if light and darkness were to assault the weave, it would be defeated. Oh yes, Jekyll said eagerly. Said eagerly. Do it. I want to see what will happen. Tibbs studied the weave, sense it for a while in case the them could tell what he did when he did that, then shook his head. If I knew light-based etching, it might work, but all I can do is throw it at something. With that, it comes down to who has the largest reserve. I have a lot, but I figure a dungeon will have a lot more than me. He went back to what was on the table. He had a paper, which might be a promise, a cylinder, which might be a quill, a sheath pretending to be for a knife, a coin that wouldn't be one until it was stamped, and 3 bottles, one that healed, one that replenished essence, and one that replenished stamina. Only, was that all they were? He sensed the health potion, and it seemed like the others he'd sensed before. Does anyone have a healing potion from a previous run? He hadn't taken any, since with his reserve and access to purity, he didn't need them. Mez placed a stamina potion on the table. I didn't bother bringing the healing one since you're here. He took it and the crystal bottle containing its equivalent. They registered mostly as the same, but the difference were so small that it wouldn't matter. He handed it back to the archer, only to hold on to it as he tried to take it. He was getting something wrong again. Everything outside had differences. Carrie and I had explained about chaos and how a change far away could affect something next to Tibbs. That because of that, even master crafters couldn't replicate every detail of something they made. But still wasn't a crafter, master, or otherwise. He was a dungeon. He didn't have to remake things each time he needed it. He had what he called models, and all he had to do was put essence in them, and he had the real thing. When it came to their essences, the same items had exactly the same essences. Unless Stowe made it so they didn't. He's got something, Don said. That's my line, Jekyll complained. You need to be faster then. Tibbs removed the stopper and poured a drop out, catching it with water. If Stowe had added something, then what he needed to do was take it out of the rest of the essences. With the with the other portion to compare it with, he could identify those differences. But how did he go about taking them out? The first step was easy. Pull away the essences he had. That left him with... Tibbs? Jekyll asked quietly. How long should we let you stare at the water before asking if you're doing anything? I'm trying to figure out how to pull the whatever it is out of the rest. I think that's the ink. I can tell it's there, but it's not made of my elements. I know how to force those. I don't have a way or toward me, but it's not gentle. And the sense I get of this is that it's fragile. What is your theory? Don asked. Your idea? Yeah, I did. We only have one thing that really needs to be written on. The coins in the door. We have something that might be a quill, and maybe the ink goes into the cylinder. So I'm trying to get that out of the rest of the essence into the potion, put it in there, and use that on the coins. I couldn't do that, Mez said. I know, that's why I'm trying to work out how. That isn't what he means, Don said. The dungeon doesn't make puzzles for you to best, Tibbs. It makes puzzles for any of us to crack if we apply ourselves to it. Whatever the solution is, Mez should be able to do it. And because I'm not as smart as either of you, the archer said, I'd just take the quill, and he did, and dip it into the provided ink pot. He put it in the open stamina portion until the end touched the liquid, and the change was immediate. The yellow liquid turned gray as that extra essence moved into the quill. I really didn't think he'd be the one solving it, Kenny said. Runners are full of surprise, Stowe replied with a hint of pride. I think it worked, as Jekyll said, and Tibbs was too annoyed at himself for having overcomplicated things to glare at the fighter. You're the one holding the quill, he told Mez when the archer offered it to Tibbs. I don't know what comes next. Tibbs smiled. What do you do after dipping your quill in the ink? I write. Tibbs motioned to the door. Then write. What if it doesn't do anything? Then we know this isn't the solution. But Kenny had told him it was. Mez stepped to the door, thought, then applied the quill to a coin and gasped. He applied the quill to a coin. He gasped and stepped away. I didn't do that. The queen now showed an anchor with a setting sun behind it. Mez put the quill in Tibbs's hand. I was just going to write a letter, but as soon as I touched it, that flowed out. You do the rest, so I don't break anything. You can't break it, Don said. Clearly, this is like a combination lock. The right item needs to be in the right position for the lock to disengage. The ink needed to be in the quill, and that unlocks the stamps. I'm going to stick to fire essence, Mez replied. Tibbs shrugged and touched another coin. Ink flowed out of the quill and shaped into the form of a bird he didn't recognize, but he'd seen coins with it before, same as with the anchor and sun. The next one had a flower, then a shield with 3 swords, then an anchor again. Don had to do the top rows, but but then they had 8 and 1 stamped coins. They all had multiples except for 1. Don looked at it. That's strange. I thought I knew all the kingdom stamps. I know it, Tibbs said, caressing the coin with a mountain on it and a crack near its base. It's our coin. He could even make out the path leading to the dungeon's entrance. The dungeon stamp, Jekyll whispered. I knew you'd work that out, Stowe said. If that's us, Mez said, a smile forming as he looked over the door. I know what the solution is. And that concludes chapter 96 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 20 chapters. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Andre. You liked the essay and had the same comments. Well, I'm glad you liked it. And how are you doing, Andre? Okay. So this is 96. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 77 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Teliadub is in second. Saffron was there for a moment. Sigma's back in first. Monobear's in second. Teliadub is in third. And we're about to be done, I believe. Yes. I'm well ahead of you. And we are done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 1 kill, 11 assists. Mono Bears in second place, 4 kill, 1 assist. And Fox Rider made it to third with 4 kills. We have, let's see, Lego Head, Paladins, and Healers. Oh, wait, Healers. Do we have a Tattoo Lover in here? We do not. So everything is up for grabs. And Bluer Swede, Chandroid, you get healed. Sigma OS Salazir get Paladins, and Sergeant K Dog gets Lego Heads. And we move on to a skin chest before the boss. And it is Rogues for me again. And you know what? Let's go up here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And, right, I need to do that. Actually, no, I don't. No, I don't. Anyway, alright, so we're going to go with the next chapter. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 98 of Breaking Step. An inky filament sprung up from a pool that had slid away from the boss. Okay. An inky filament sprung. It's mainly the two froms that I don't like. An inky filament sprung up from a pool that had slid away from the boss. From the boss creature. Its tip spread, and Mez's fire arrow exploded, burning some of it. With a curse, the archer let loose a volley of fire arrow, and only a few of the strands of ink could stop. Yow! The volley of arrow and only a few of the strands of ink. All right. All right, and mini past strands of ink, trying to stop them. Then behaved in a way that confused. Okay, all right, let's try this. An inky filament sprung up from a pool that had slid away from the boss creature. Its tip spread and Mez's fire arrow exploded, burning. Ah. Let's try this. An inky filament sprung up from a pool that had slid away from the boss creature. Its tip spread to intercept Mez's fire arrow. It exploded, burning some of the ink. With a curse, the archer let loose a volley of fire arrow, and many made it past the strands of ink trying. Okay, I don't need the ink here. The strands trying to stop them, but then behaved in a way that confused Tibbs. Some came to an almost stop, while others flared so bright he felt the heat from the distance, and then were gone. Those still there seemed caught in whatever held Jackal and kept him from moving at a normal speed. But it wasn't only the arrow that was slowed. The fire, it was the fire. Okay, I don't need it was made of. The fire danced slowly, as if somehow Don had been right, and whatever bureaucracy the creature was made of had the power to also affect the fire, to affect how fire itself would behave. Tibbs risked distending his sense. The desire to know what could do that overpowering the fear of touching the thing under the building caused him. It was, unsurprisingly, essence, but where he'd expected a weave of all of them so it could interact with anything as sent against it, all Tibbs' sense was a bubble of raw essence he'd never encountered before. Whatever it is, it's 10 paces around the boss, he told the others. Its hand was finally connecting with Jackal, and in a crawl and in a oh oh, you know what, the back of its hand was finally connecting Jackal. And didn't seem to have an effect until Tibbs saw the fighter crawl back into an arch from what had seemed like nothing more than a touch. Tibbs made a knife, added a filigree so tight with Ike it flung itself out of his hand before he was done and shattered against the ceiling. Ignoring Don's stare, he made another one, aligning the knife with the direction he needed it to go, and then staggering Ike on it so it was tighter at the back, and it didn't quite stop as it hit the bubble, or even slow as much, Ike imparting so much motion, it almost counteracted the essence there, but whatever it was, didn't just slow things. Tibbs could barely keep the knife and filigree from shattering, as Ike seemed to both increase in intensity and not do anything and want to go in all directions at the same time. When the essence of the knife broke into nothing, Tibbs staggered back as if it had been a punch. What happened? Don asked. Everything, he answered, shaking off the phantom pain. But that's not the right word. I don't know. What can do that? I don't know, the sorcerer replied. The weave would have to. It's an element, Tibbs said. Raw essence. That's impossible. No element does everything, Tibbs declared the sorcerer, like he didn't already know this couldn't be. That isn't helping. You two planning on doing something? Jekyll asked, now halfway to the edge of the bubble. The words were slurred, as if his mouth couldn't form them correctly, or couldn't move at the right speed. Not getting caught the way you did, Don replied. But the question meant he could think normally. So this only affected the outside of Jackal, the way whatever had held Don in the permit office had. Had that been the same? No, that had been a weave. This was pure essence. An arrow somehow made it through the bubble, but a seal, and almost circled in dark yellow, moved to the body, and once the arrow exploded against it, there wasn't even ash there. Range attack do not appear to have an effect of significance, Comdar said, glancing at Tibbs, who shook his head. There had been no change in the creature's essence. The weave on those seals were too tightly woven for him to tell anything about what they might do, other than the obvious. How about your things, Tib? How about your thing, Tibbs? The fighter asked, his body bent as if the impact had sent him crawling away, as if the impact that sent him crawling away had been hard. Let's keep burning everything down as a last resort, Donna replied. If it isn't enough to destroy it, and probably you, that's going to leave him defenseless. But that wasn't what Jackal was asking. Tibbs could end this. The creature had a lot, but he could pull all of it out. Had a lot of essence, but Tibbs could pull all of it out and save Jackal. It would hurt and probably change yet more things inside him, but he was sure he could. But what would the them do about it? And still, they had an agreement, and breaking it here would have repercussions for all the runners. Jackal exited the bubble and immediately hit the far wall, causing a crack from floor to ceiling. Finally! He pushed himself to his feet with a groan, and Tibbs sent a weave of purity to fix the broken bones. Being stuck in there hurt almost as much as hitting the wall. It didn't look like that hard of a hit, Mess said. It still packed a lot of strength in it. It's why he flew so fast once he was out of the area of essence, Don said. Okay, how are we doing this then? Mess asked. The one advantage we seem to have is that it's also stuck inside that thing, so we have time to watch out. The tendrils were wrapping around Jackal before Tibbs took the first step. He'd been so focused on dealing with the boss, he'd stopped paying attention to the pools at the edge of the bubble. The fighter grabbed for the strands as they lifted him, but his essence was sucked out as his hand closed on them. Tibbs had his sword made with a metal edge and filigree of dew to ensure that it freed Jackal. Even with it, cutting through the strand felt like they were made of some harder element instead of the ink they looked like. Then his sword passed through, Jackal fell to the ground, panting, and the pieces of the strands that fell with him vanished. Don't let those things touch you, Jackal said, and down the content of a crystal bottle before Tibbs could tell him those weren't really. The fighter's essence filled with the yellow one from the bottle, then shifted to become like his, and Jackal breathed easier. Those things made me weaker. It has been said that bureaucracy will drain the life out of anyone unfortunate enough to fall within his grasp, Kimdar said. He smiled at the sorcerer's surprised expression. I too have heard stories. Jackal stood. Okay. With that able to fight us, we can't wait. I'm going back in to keep it busy. You guys figure out how to win. Jackal! Don called in exasperation, but the fighter was already within the bubble, barely moving. I have this. Jackal slurred. I doubt that, Don muttered. Tibbs jumped to the side, slashing at the strand, lunging in their direction. And before his shield was formed to take one hit from another, Comdar's staff cut through it. Darkness works against them? Tibbs asked in surprise. It is more the edge I have shaped my essence into. The cleric showed him the end, with the darkness formed into an elongated axe head. The ground exploded by the bubble, and the strands connected to that pool came undone. Those pools are susceptible to fire, Mez exclaimed, another arrow already formed in his bow. I suspect that will not be enough to end this threat, Kondar said, motioning to the now black floor slowly spreading towards the edge of the bubble. Don, what do you use to clean spilled ink on your paper? You don't. The sorcerer replied, joining him and the cleric. And you know well that. You well know that. I've seen the spills on your ledger. Essence would work, right? Miss said. Yes, but a scribe who has an element can demand so much money only nobles and kings will bother. The rest of us either start again on a new page or glue a clean portion to the one we've been working on. You're the one who knows everything, Tib said, unsuccessfully trying to breathe his fear for Jackal away. How do we fight this? He had almost reached the creature, and Tibbs actively didn't think about how it was the ink was leaving his friend alone. He was already scared enough. I don't know. You've read books, not about city government. Don replied calmly. What I know comes from my father's stories and the rare comment a scholar anointed a page with. Those of us more interested in recording or research will not be those sent to handle whatever business the Academy will have with a city. Jackal's fist hit the creature's crotch. I'm going to help. Tib stepped away from them, but Don caught his arm. You're not going to help by going in there. We need to help him from out here. And we're going to have to help ourselves first. Mez fired arrow at the ink that sent tendrils in the direction. Don't let them touch you, Tibbs reminded them as he stepped forward, cutting tendrils. This time, the pool parted before the arrow hit. A mass of black launched at Tibbs, and he had his shield made before it hit. But it oozed over and around. Shaking it did nothing, and before he threw it away, a tendril touched his arm, and Tibbs's breath caught as essence left him, and a lack of sensation spread along his limb. The explosion sent Tibbs flying, and when he looked up from where he'd landed, fire was coursing back to the ink on the floor, consuming it in a nearly comical puff of nothing. They can't dodge when they're focused on one of us, as Miss called. Tibbs' essence quickly spread back through his arm, and sensation returned. If one of them touches you, he says, trending, the yellow portion in the crystal bottle helps undo. And the yellow bottles help undo that. No, helps undo that. Don't ask me why, he told the sorcerer. They just do. He stepped towards the ink. Mez, how quickly can you burn them while they're focused on me? Inside the bubble, Jackal had both arms up and seemed to be sliding away from the punch they'd block. Tibbs had no idea how long his friend could do this. We can't help him if we're all busy fighting. Don, Commodore, think of something. I have the reserves to survive this, so I'll draw their focus while Mez fires. The mass launched itself at him. The mass that launched itself at him moved out of the way from the arrow, and Tibbs had his shield up to catch the attack. When it flowed over the side, Tibbs thickened the ice, giving them more distance to ooze over, and then the explosion had him sliding away, prepared for it this time. Before he had his shield up again, his legs gave out, all sensation gone, and he fell. Tibbs, corruption, Don yelled. He suffused himself with the element, and before the strand let go of his leg, they were consumed by it. Getting to his feet, his essence spreading back to his leg, Tibbs watched Don use a whip of corruption against any that came close to him and the cleric. How can that work? Mez demanded. Corruption is integral to bureaucracy. Everyone knows that. It would seem the dungeon does not, Commodore replied, spinning his staff into a shield that knocked tendrils aside. Nor does it seem inclined to listen to your intention of making it yourself the target. Nor does it seem inclined to listen to your intention of making yourself the target the ink should focus on. I think it's more that we've gotten used to how much corruption is in any system. They would all run smoothly without it there. This is Dawn. How does that help me? Jekyll yelled. Tibbs, am I even hurting this thing? Busy here, Tibbs replied, cutting strength. Just don't die. That one's easy, the fighter replied. That thing's a horrible fighter. I just wish that ink stuff wouldn't be what's taking the ink. You haven't hit the seals? Don demanded. Tibbs strode toward a pool of ink, and it moved away, then split apart when he tried to put his foot in it. Tried to, Jekyll replied. They move out of the way a lot faster than I can punch in this stuff. Do the seal move on their own, or are they pulled along by the ink? How do you expect me to know that? Jekyll yelled. Just pay attention when you punch instead of doing it blindly. Tibbs, Mess called, fear in his voice, and the archer was firing arrow after arrow at the mass of tendrils heading for him. But they dodged easily. Tibbs ran, sending a wave of raw corruption ahead of him, and most of the tendrils were gone before he reached his friend. Then he etched quick attacks of corruption. Corruption. A sense of the archer told him he'd gotten there before any touched him. Mez, get here, Don called. Busy! The arrows flew over Tibbs's head, and he blasted the tendrils as they dodged that. We aren't winning doing this, and Jackal doesn't seem to be managing anything, so I want to try something. Tibbs nearly missed, blocking the tendril in surprise. Then, as they were eaten by corruption, he found he didn't even want to keep the words to himself. Don, he said, the tone of warning clear, what are the rules about trying something new in the middle of a fight? Go to the abyss, Tibbs, the sorcerer replied. The day you go one run without unexpectedly blowing yourself up is the day you can comment on me borrowing how you do things. I will assist, Kamdar said at his side. You go. I will make myself a target as your element is more effective than mine at destroying them. I would appreciate it if you did not allow me to die. It's a rule, Tibbs said. Jackal, Don's called as Mez formed an arrow next to him. Don't do any sudden movement. Is that a joke? The fighter replied. Tibbs formed tendril of his own, keeping them from formed by will, since he still hadn't learned how any of the Arcanists worked with that element, and he and Don were right. And he had Don right there, so what had been his excuse to, he breathed. He sent tendril against tendril when some spread to move around the cleric's spinning staff and the darkness leaking from it. He forced himself to ignore the corruption Don was mixing in with the fire arrow. He had to focus. What good is this going to do? The archer asked as Tibbs used his tendrils to ensnare one of ink. It's going to get caught in the field like the other, and then, I'm counting, Don replied, on the fact that as hateful as corruption in the city government is, one of the noble has mentioned something else about the dungeon. I'm counting, Don replied, on the fact that as hateful as corruption in city government is, one of the noble has mentioned something else about it. Something else. Okay. Noble has mentioned something else about it, and that the dungeon has incorporated it into how this room works, which is, Tibbs heard the smile in Don's voice, nothing cuts through bureaucracy like the judicious application of corruption greasing its wheel. Tibbs hurried to Kamdar's side, making an etching of corruption to catch the mass heading there. He added Fey and Do and left it at that. No, now was not the time to have this explode. No matter what else was needed, he was sitting down. Okay, this is a new paragraph. No matter what else was needed, he was sitting down with Don after this and going over what Arcanists worked well with corruption, and whatever other element the sorcerer knew about. He sensed Mez release the corrupted arrow, and it sliced through the bubble without slowing. it the essence in it the essence in it did affect the edge. The effect its edge its edges, but before Tibbs could get a sense of how, it exploded against the boss and a spider web of purple fire spread over the black ink. Tibbs unleashed his etching, and the lattice of corruption that formed held the tendrils in place instead of causing them to be consumed. Not exactly what he'd been aiming for, but the lattice spread along to reach the ink on the floor. He'd take it. Do that again, Jekyll called, and Tibbs looked at the fighter, wondering what he'd done that helped him. The fire was gone, but he could see damage along the creature's side. Tibbs, Kavdar said, pulling him back to what mattered. The other pools were moving around to avoid the lattice. Again, they couldn't just fight this. Until the boss creature was destroyed, it would continue to send that ink out at them and leave Jackal to fend for himself. The fire was a step toward winning, but Don needed time to fill it with corruption, and that meant the boss. Oh, Abyss. He knew how to end this within the rules. Get behind me, he told Komdar, pulling his corruption into a tight lance. This would work better with an etching, but again, he hadn't bothered training. At least this had no chance to blow up because of misplaced. Really, 2 words? Probably one is. Of misplaced arcanus. This was pure corruption guided by his will. Tibbs, Jekyll called. What are you? He couldn't warn his friend, but the lance would be tight enough to miss him, as if it could sense what he was about to do. The ink gathered between him and the boss creature. Tibbs smiled. Too bad. He already knew how that reacted to corruption, and he was packed. And it was packed enough in the lance to punch through whatever wall they formed. He sent the lance forward and grinned as the ink burned away. There was nothing it could do to save its. The lance hit the bubble, and the corruption was wrenched away from his control. It was set free, set wild, and it rejoiced in what was around for it to find, to bring down to the base. Dawn! He called as he realized how utterly stupid he'd been to send corruption against an element he didn't know. You can't do that! Stowe yelled, giving Tibbs the only sign this might not have been entirely his fault. He caught sight of the boss creature's fist hitting Jackal as he turned to grab Komdar. Of course I can, the them replied smugly. There are rules. Tibbs had to hope his warning would let Dawn sense what was happening, because if the them was causing this, he had no idea how much damage this would the them was responsible for this. He had no idea how much damage this would cause, which you only seem to care about when it suits you, the them replied. I'm the dungeon. You're supposed to enforce those rules, not break them. I am here to bring you into line, they replied, the anger so hot Tibbs thought he felt it, and I will do so however I please. Jackal, Dawn yelled, I apologize in advance. This is going to hurt. Tibbs sensed the corruption spreading. It wasn't hungry the way fire was, but corruption relished its freedom. He wondered if the them understood it wouldn't stop at the walls unless someone could bring it under control. Dawn, what are you doing? Minimizing the damage, the sorcerer replied, then whispered, I hope. Louder again. And Tibbs, you and I will have words after this. I am done letting you make these kinds of mistakes. He'd explain. what had happened once they were well away from the dam. But in the meantime, he focused on a bubble of his own, one around him and Kumdar, a bubble made of his will and to keep this wild corruption from reaching them. And it didn't. But not because of anything Tibbs did. He sensed Dawn impose his will on the corruption gone wild, and he was amazed at just how strong the sorcerer was. He didn't have control over all of it. There was too much. But most of it was now tightening instead of ever widening. The only problem was that Dawn didn't have Tibbs's reserve, or whatever all his element let him do when that overflowed. If he tried to absorb it, it would. Tibbs had no idea what would happen to someone when they absorbed too. What happened to someone when they absorbed too much essence? Dawn would know. It would have been in a book he'd read, and it might be why the essence wasn't heading for the sorcerer. It was turning towards the boss creature, with Jackal still close, but crawling away from the impact of the punch he had received at some point. The essence entered the already mess of a bubble, and whatever had affected Tibbs's lance had been spent. Then it was over. The creature was no more, neither was the wall behind it, and Jackal was flying at full speed into the wall, sickly purple smoke wafting off him. And that concludes chapter 98 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. And if you are looking to listen to these, if you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the note. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Tomorrow's your birthday? Happy birthday. I hope you have a good time. I'm not leaving? Is there a reason I would leave? Alrighty, we're gonna have advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 75 allies. We're going up against 44 enemies. Mono Bear's in the lead. Sigma's in first. Mono Bear's now in second. Holy cow, Sigma, you're racking up the assists. Mono Bear's in second. Bob Infinity is in third. Is there anybody? Yes, okay, they're there. Am I getting any kills out of this? Well, I'll find out because we're done, and I got a few. Sigma OS is in first place with 25 assists. Mono Bear's in second place, 10 kills, 2 assists. And Bob Infinity is in third, tied with Kiretsu at 11 assists. We have gold. Do we have a bluer Swede? Yes, we do. And you know what? I've just realized I saw bluer in the chat, so I'm updating his clock now before I forget. Lego heads, musketeers are not currently claimed by anyone. So Kiretsu gets Lego heads, Amoronix gets musketeers, and we get to go against the boss. And I'm still placing down rogues. Alrighty, and in half an hour we will see how this turns out, and I will be right back. I said have a good day because that is how I close the recording of each of my read and corrects, which is what I'm doing today, this morning. So now we will move on to the world, which is alright, is 43 correct? Yeah. Yep. Alright. So I am going to start recording to do this one by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen, that the correct image is up. I am starting the recording and I will be back after this. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 43 of The World, which is: we leave the assassin unconscious and tied in our room, then exit the way he came in. I'm surprised that Ellen isn't complaining the entire time. Brandon just says the assassin probably isn't alone when I ask why we need to rush out the window, and that any other question can wait until we're well away from this place. The caravans are surprisingly well lit, with a mix of torches, campfires, and magical lights, and we keep to the edge of them, so go around the entire thing. Keep to the edge of them, so go around the entire thing. Once we're on the road, a long stretch of it has the sides lit by caravans parked along each side. Oh, every fix parked along it. Once we're on the road, a long stretch of it parked on, you know what, part along each side. You know what, I'm leaving it. Like, I cannot think of a fix for this right now. I'm amazed at how many there are. Court only saw one or two a year. Once we leave their light behind us, Brendan still keeps us from activating ours. Fortunately, the moon is full, so I can at least make out the edge of the packed dirt and avoid tripping into the ditch. What was that about? Ellen demands. I told you, Dennis's interval and I. No, Bran, no one pays 10,000 for a journal. Not if it contains the secret to the system. Her silhouette shifts. Does it contain those secrets? She asks me. No, Brandon answers. I don't know. I can't open the written part, just the maps at the front. But Xander isn't after any secrets. He's after a place called the Knox. What's there? I don't know, Brandon says. I'm not asking you. What? He asks, and I walked. What? He asks, and I tell him. What? He asks as. Oh, and I walk into him. He turns. You think Dennis is going to know something about it when I don't? Or do you really believe I'd hold out on that kind of information when his life pretty much depends on it? The second, she replies flatly. Fuck off. He turns and walks again. You stole Father's journal when you first left, Brandon, she says with vitriol, and lost it. When he forgave you, you left with Mother's necklace and never brought it back. I'm working on that, she snorts. Somehow you managed to gain her forgiveness again, and I was a kid, hell. He bowls me aside, and I don't think even he realizes it. I was a fucking stupid kid who thought those great adventures Dad and Mom went on was my destiny. Did it ever occur to you that I might have changed? No, you haven't. I step between them. How about we focus on where we're going instead of arguing? Maybe we're far enough to make camp for the night. Camp for the rest of the night. It's not safe, Brandon says. There's no way that guy worked alone, and his partners are probably already searching the grounds for us. The best thing to do is to keep going through the night and day. Silver, can your song help with that? The only song I have for this is a straight up buff. It'll probably counteract some of the debuffs not sleeping will cause, but I don't know how long we can go before they're too much. They're too much. We'll see what happens. Can you sing us the buff now? We can walk while I do it, she answers, opening her case, then passing it to me. Our pace picks up as soon as she starts playing, and she continues doing so once the buff appears beside the didn't sleep well debuff. I don't ask because I'm pretty sure that will start these two arguing again, but the fact we're all silent while she plays has to be why she continues. At first, I think the glow over the horizon is caused by the rising sun, only it's not lining up with the sky glowing paler to the east. This is pretty much due south of us, and it's also a lot more orangey than sunrise usually are. Is that a fire? I ask, already knowing it can't be, it's too even. It's the Hamilton ruin, Brandon replies without slowing. I can't believe it. I'm seeing my first ruin. No, my second. I still feel some awe at the idea that it's within sight. Does the glow have something to do with it being a ruin, or is it independent? I catch up to the others. If you're asking if all ruins glow, no, they don't. He smiles. There's no easy to see. Here's a ruin sign. If you come across one by accident, you find out about it when you get the system notification. As for this one, I don't know if the ruin emits the light or if it's an object in it or just the ground. If you want to learn about it, I can promise you the library in Detroit will have that information. For a price, Ellen adds. Everything comes at a price, Hal. Brandon replies casually. She looks at me when she whispers, especially his help. This is going to be a long walk. I wake up with Brandon shaking me. Why are you... Nah. Breakfast over, sleepyhead. Sorry, I just sat and rested against the post. I hadn't even realized I'd closed my eyes. Unfortunately, the few minutes of sleep did nothing for the debuff. You'll get used to it. There are days when exploring means working with constant sleep debuffs. He pulls me to my feet. Okay, because Al will stop, I say. Don't make whatever you're about to say her fault. She will. How about you be the adult this time? I ask. I am an adult, Silver snickers. Then act like one? Okay, he says. He finally says, looking all of us over. Now that we have daylight, we're going to leave the road. By now, every rest stop between here and Detroit will know about the reward, and the people after Dennis are going to ask any caravan they see if they saw a band of intrepid adventurers pass them by. Going through the wilderness means they can't easily know where we are. Aren't there monsters in the wild? Silver asks timidly. There can be, Brennan replies, but we'll be able to handle them. By we, I'm pretty sure he means him, since my history of holding my own in a fight isn't reassuring. Although Helen has combat magic, so maybe she'll be of help too. We get off the road and cut through the forest, heading somewhat north. By the time we walk out of it, it's past noon. By the time we walk out of it, it's past noon. As we stop for lunch, okay, so then we're going to... We stop for lunch, a refresh on Silver's song, and we head west through the plain. Well before the sun reaches the horizon, Brandon calls to an end to the walk by a small lake with trees around half of it. Shouldn't we keep going? I ask. This is going to take longer than following the road, right? Are you in a hurry? He asks. He walks to the trees and we follow. Well, am I? I mean, with going to the Knox, I've kind of committed to taking however long it's going to take. So wanting to get the quest done as soon as I can and return home is no longer an argument I can make. Dennis, he says, stopping in what might pass as a minuscule clearing. Don't be in a hurry. This is a great life we live. The wild outdoors, no responsibility. There's going to be enough danger that you don't have to add the stress of city life. Just enjoy it. I guess he's right. Other than the debuff, it's been a nice trek. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't come across any monsters, Silver says, picking a spot not too far from the pit Brandon digs and putting her bedroll down. Don't take the songs you're learning too seriously, he says. In the wilderness, they aren't that common. You mostly have animals, he grins. Now, those can get pretty monstrous this far from everything. Since this far from everything, they don't get called. But with animals, it's live and let live. If you keep your distances, they'll leave you alone. Make sure the ground's free of stone and branches before setting up. Another reason for stopping early is that we have light to make sure our beds will be comfortable. Dennis, add a shovel to the list of items you need to get, as well as an axe. You don't want to use your sword to cut down firewood, if you care about it at all. I will. Are we going to sleep under the stars? I have a small tent. He looked at the sky. Should be dry overnight. But you're welcome to set up your tent if it'll fit. You could have chosen a larger clearing, Ellen comments, brushing the ground. You are welcome to pick Pick whatever spot to sleep in you want, Elle. You can even deal with digging your own fire pit, boiling your own water, and cooking your own meal, for all I care. He never looks up from the pit he's digging while he speaks, so her glare is wasted. He gathers small branches once he's done, then uses a firestone to set them burning. Once the flames are strong, he takes firewood from his inventory and places them in the pit, then adds a grill, a pot, and a kettle, as well as 3 water skin. Silver, can you see about getting the water boiling? Me and Dennis are going to have the first go at the lake and washing up. I can wait until you're done, I say, my face heating up. The lake's big enough for both of us. This way, Helen can vent without worrying about me or you overhearing. He grabs my arm and pretty much drags me with him. outside the trees, he lets go of me, and by then I might as well follow. Which I immediately regret, as between 2 steps, Brendan's naked, and I turn with a gasp. Sorry, I say. I didn't think you were just going to. I can't very well get in the water dressed, can I? Is it a thing not caring with being naked among people who travels a lot? I didn't see anyone naked among Chuck's caravan, but there was definitely a sense of if there was a reason for it, it would have happened and not one of them would have minded. He walks in the water. I think it's more that city folk gets hung up on it. Who's going to care out here if you let it all hang out? It's safe for you to undress. I'm not looking. A quick glance over my shoulder shows his back to me and that the water is up to his chest. I send my equipment to my inventory in a hurry to get in the water because turning to look is definitely strikes me as something he'd do. System, it's cold. I can't help exclaiming, and Brandon laughed. How did you not say anything? And miss your surprise? I mean, how did you not react? This is freezing. How is it so cold? He motions to the stream at the side of the lake. The water's flowing out, so this is Fred from under the ground. He faces me. You need soap? I have that. I didn't mean to imply you weren't prepared. Oh, I'm definitely not prepared for out here. I thought I'd be traveling with a caravan along roads. I lather myself. Sorry your plan got derailed. Not your fault. Xander's the one responsible for all this, and me for getting angry and deciding he has to learn a lesson. Are you... I wait. If you've changed your mind about the Knox, we can just head directly to Kansas City from Detroit. I haven't. I dunk myself and rub the soap out of my face, and him sending those pamphlets basically telling everyone willing to kill me and he'll pay them isn't making me want to give him a pass. That's... A shirt appears in his hand. He proceeds to scrub it with soap. Okay, cool. I guess that's the best I can hope for clean clothes out here, so I follow his example. How do I get it dry? I ask once my shirt is no longer soapy. I can't tell if it did anything. After we've eaten, I'll set up a rack by the fire to hang them. Something else I should get, I guess. More like learn to make. He replies with a chuckle. It's just branches tied together. I send the wet shirt to my inventory and start on my pants. Can I ask you something? I know I said it wasn't my place to pry, but what Alan said during the night, I'm not going to charge you for saving your life, Dennis. Oh, I know. You did it because I was in trouble, and it's who you are. It's not quite. I mean, I didn't just... I chuckle as he falters around. I know you also did it because you wanted to fight. She said you stole from your parents. It's like I said, he replies tentatively. I was a kid. I'd just taken my class, and my dad had seen so much of the world, and his journal was filled with information. I wasn't stealing it. I was going to bring it back once I'd seen a few places he wrote about, once I had a journal of my own worth talking about. I didn't set out to lose it, no matter what hell thinks. The necklace? He shakes his head. That's for a different reason, and that's all I'm going to say about it, Dennis. It's not something I'm willing to talk about. Okay. I go back to washing in the silence for a while. Brenton's done before me, and there's one last thing I need to deal with before he goes. Can I ask for a favor? It's going to depend entirely on what it is. Believe it or not, there are things I'm not willing to do. Can you act like an adult? Like the adult you are? His mouth shuts audibly. I'm not saying not to have fun. Even adults know how to do that, I hope. But I'm just 16. And each time I have to get between you and Ellen, I feel like my dad. Trust me, that's not a feeling I like. Look, isn't that what kids say? It's not my fault. They started it. You have not been hanging around the kind of adults I have. Then maybe you should be better than them? All I'm asking is that you don't goad her and don't play into it when she goads you. This, Brennan says in a severe tone, is why I don't like working with others. There's always someone telling me to grow up. You're the one who decided to keep me around. He sighs. Fine. I promise to try and be more mature about how I handle my sister. Thank you. That's all I let out a cry as he stands and exposes himself to me before I can close my eyes. System, can you not? I didn't need to see that. He pats my shoulder. You should have asked that I be more mature. You should have asked that I be more mature about something else then. Then he leaves me alone in the water, and I can't decide if I need to be angry or embarrassed. And that concludes chapter 43 of The World Witches. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up for free on Royal Road. And if you are looking to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 10 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so that is done. And here, once broken, so 25, 26. Ugh, come on, really? I want small chapters. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, that's in the wrong folder. That's why. No. There it is. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 64 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. And we are off. I got a few kills, but I did not survive. Sigma's in first place. Stay Faded is in third as Viva la Di takes over first. Sigma's back in second place. Stay Faded is in third. And we're done. We've won. Stay Faded made it to first place. 2 kill, 8 assist. Vivi La D is in second place, 5 kill, 4 assist, and Sigma OS is in third, 1 kill, 8 assist. We have fairies. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No, we do not. How about a Sigma OS? There we go. Then we have Berserkers, we have Lego Heads, and we have no one claiming those at this time. So, Spider and Netrunner Zero get Lego Heads. Cloudy Rainy has gone berserk. And we move on to the next map where, I've got a scroll chest here, which means we are taking the High-ish Road, which starts with an easy battle on the way to a skin chest. And I am on to my last rogue. Alrighty. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And now I will move on to another read and correct. So I am confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my books and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 25 of Once Broken. Tristan watched Alex walk away, wondering how it was possible to want two opposing things with such vigor. He wanted to hold Alex against him, comfort him, telling it would be all fine. They would get through this. He also wanted to grab the human by the neck, smash his head in until there was nothing left of it but a bloody smear against the building's wall. The pain of being pulled in those two directions forced the keening out. He wanted to reach inside his chest, rip his heart out, and make the pain stop. How could such pain be possible? "'Cause you're weak," his father sneered. The word ignited anger inside Tristan, and he latched onto it. Anger was preferable to pain. Anger he could use, focus, unleash. "There, that's my boy. Shut up," Tristan growled, teeth gritted. "This is your fault." His father had laid the groundwork for this, and Tristan hated him for it. For taking him from his mother. He hated Alex for coming into his life, for making him feel the ground change into something dangerous. The sound changed into something dangerous, and he spun, punching the building. He pulled back to strike it again, and noticed a faint trace of blood next to where he'd hit. It was all that was left from the last time he'd punched a wall. "Do it," his father hissed eagerly. "Hit it. Tear it Tear the whole thing down. What's the point? He ran a hand over the faded blood. The stonework was good. He couldn't punch through that. His father leaned back against the wall. Don't sell yourself short. You're Tristan. You can destroy anything you want with your bare hands. The derision in his voice contradicted the words. Shut up. Tristan looked away from the stone. To the polycarbon sheet. He remembered them secured to the support armature inside the building. Construction adhesive held one sheet to the other, so he couldn't slip a claw between them. Pull them apart, he'd need the corresponding dissolver and the stone. He ran a hand over them. Stones, plural. Large stones, smooth with age. They fit almost seamless against one another. The quality of the work, the care someone took in shaping them, putting them in place. And so long ago, there hadn't been the tools that existed today. All this had been done by hand. He looked at the stones on the ground, those he'd kicked and thrown in his anger at hitting Alex. Even now, the memory twisted his heart. What was this wall in comparison? Ugly, fragile. Then destroy that thing. Show them it isn't any better than what you made. Show that human this is a waste of time, that you'll never be weak like he wants you to be. I told you to shut up. Tristan growled. His father raised an eyebrow. What's your tone, boy? I'm your father. You don't get to speak to me like that. Tristan glared. I'm going to speak to you however I want because you're dead. His father snorted. Oh, right. You're so good you couldn't survive. I couldn't survive that knife. Tristan looked up and sighed in annoyance. You're such an idiot. One? He looked at his father again. I broke your neck. He hesitated. He had, hadn't he? Or had he crushed it? Or maybe he'd ripped his heart out. No, that had been the hallucination. He'd killed his father in so many different ways, he couldn't remember the original one. He shook himself. How I killed you doesn't matter. He said at his father's smirk. It even doesn't matter if you survive that. Do you know how long I've been gone from this place? A century and a half? More? We're longer lived than humans, but the gray in your fur was already paling when I left. So how many years did you have? No more than a century, so even if you somehow survived me, time would have killed you. Would still have killed you. You're nothing but random bones buried in a forest somewhere by animals. You're forgetting there's technology. It would have been easy for me to get to a city, put myself through a rejob, maybe go in cryo until you came back. Tristan stared at his father, then laughed. You? Use technology? The most technological thing you ever had was the lock on the cage. You hate anything more advanced than a knife. Makes you weak. You kept grumbling any time I asked about it. I had to carry Justin for the weeks it took us to walk to your hut because you wouldn't use a hover. He closed his eyes. Why couldn't you have left us with Mother? You know why. No, I don't. You showed up one day, put Justin in my arms, and dragged me along with you. We were happy. I hardly remember anything of her, but I remember that. What right did you have to take us away from her? Take that away from us? His father gave him a self-satisfied smile. If you haven't worked that out by now, don't expect me to tell you. Tristan sighed. Don't be so smug. You can't tell me because I don't know, because you don't know either. You're a fragment of my imagination, so you know only what I know. So you only know what I know. Just go away. I killed you. I don't want to ever see you again. His father snorted. You're forgetting your place, boy. You're not the one who gives the orders here. Tristan stifled a snarl and looked to at the stone wall, at the workmanship in it. He couldn't see where it had broken, so he'd have to go inside, but he expected it would be a staggered line made where the stones had abutted to one another. This That this had survived human attacking was a statement to the skill the person who had to the skills of the person who had built it. It should have been destroyed, his father stated. They all should have. The only thing they've ever done was make people weak, make people think they're protected from the universe. No one here is ready to survive it, unlike you and me. Tristan looked at the town in the distance. He could just make out the music, see the tip of the bonfire over the building. Why didn't you tell me about them? Our people? I told you everything you needed to know. I told you they're everything you shouldn't be, that you can't trust any one of them. They're all jealous of us, of how we know how to survive when they don't. They hate us for that, and they'll work with the universe to kill us. They haven't done that. Give it time, boy. They will. Tristan focused and could just make out voices in the distance, too faint to be understood. Why hadn't he stayed after killing his father? Why hadn't he gotten to know his people back then? He looked at the sky. Space had called to him. Each ship he'd seen from the top of the trees had been an invitation to leave, to see what was out there, and he'd been more curious about that than what was groundside. Had he considered Somalians primitive back then? Had he looked down on them for staying underground, for not doing what they could to learn how to survive? Or had that come later, as he read human files on them? Stop that, his father ordered. You're wasting your time. They aren't worth it. Knowledge is never a waste of time. Other than his brother, had he ever encountered a Somalian in space? He couldn't recall. If he had, he wondered how the meeting had gone. Had it been like encountering a brother, a family member, or had they been alien to him then? To him then too. He knew more about humans than he did his own people. Of course they're everywhere. Of course they're everywhere. They're the universe's tool to destroy you. You have to learn everything about you had to learn everything about them so you could turn them against the universe. Use them. Tristan nodded. He looked at the hover. He'd use them, all of them. He'd either killed any human in the universe sent after him or turned them into his own tools. Almost all of them. His heart ached. Where are you going? His father demanded as Tristan walked toward the town, away from Tristan, from the pain in his heart. I need to study them. Tristan replied. He needed to do something so he wouldn't think about Alex, about the one human who'd managed to get to him, who'd planted his claws into his heart and was slowly killing him. There's nothing you can learn from them, boy. I taught you everything you need to know. Tristan snorted. Considering how much I learned after I killed you, no, you didn't. Maybe he'd be lucky and the noise of the celebration would drown his father's voice. Don't count on that, boy. I'm better than any of them. I might be old, but I can still take each and every one of them and win. Tristan didn't answer his father. He let him rant on the entire walk, focusing on the sounds and the scent the wind carried to him. Discussions he couldn't understand, meats and vegetables being cooked, sex. He boxed the memory and feeling those things elicited in him. He didn't want to think about Alex right now. He heard some of them in nearby alleys as he walked through the town. The idea of doing it with them didn't make his body react. The center of the town was filled with people. Some danced, others watched them or talked, ate, and even had sex at the edge of the space. He realized none of them stood alone. Everyone was either paired or in group, and most of those were engaged in sex. Within the groups that weren't, people touched constantly, not sexually, but casually, holding hands, leaning against one another, hands on arms. My people are gregarious, he remembered telling Alex, trying to convince the human to sleep with him so they could have sex, so he could make him fall in love with him. The box cracked open, and he hurried to shut it before the pain overwhelmed him. He'd made that up because it was something plausible that Alex couldn't verify, or he thought he had made it up. Maybe he'd remembered something from his childhood when he lived with his mother. He listened to the people closest to him. They'd noticed him, gave him space. Maybe they understood he wasn't one of them. He tried to make out what they said, but didn't understand it. How could he not understand them? He knew Somalian. He hadn't spoken it since leaving the planet, but he knew it. No, he had spoken more recently in the city with the priestess there. It had taken her a few tries to understand what he'd said. No, she tried different dialect. Somalia in more than one language? Had he known that? What did he remember of his time trying to get off planet? Barely anything. He remembered talking to people, but he couldn't recall if there had been difficulty in making himself understood. All he actually remembered was being inside a shuttle, looking out a window as the sky went from blue to black. His awe, his desire to see everything he couldn't, to learn everything contained in that vast blackness. He smiled to himself, but it didn't last. When had he last felt that sense of wonder? When had learning what the universe contained turned into learning what he needed to survive? His first kill in space. The captain who had taken him on, who had decided she would use him as a bed warmer, as her toy. The reminder that the universe wasn't a wonderful thing, but a deadly one. That because he'd let his guard down, he'd almost been turned into someone else's possession. Something poked at his side. He looked down at the child poking it, his nose wrinkled in disgust. She noticed him watching, and with a yelp ran off. As with human children, he couldn't tell much about them. The altercation attracted more attention from the adult. Most went back to their conversation, but a younger man, slight, copper fur with black splotches, continued watching him. The child was hiding behind him. He approached, said something, his nose wrinkling. I don't understand you, Tristan replied in standard, then repeated in the Somalian he knew. You speak Rorigar, the man smiled. I know some. He placed a hand on the child's head. Daliria thinks you are a statue, so still. Another man joined them, this one carrying a bucket. You are Tristan, aggressor. You fight, kill humans. He tapped the Kendrick at his hip. I kill human too. 5 other Somalian had joined them, 2 women and 3 men. They spoke softly, touching each other. Tristan tried to remember if any Somalian had behaved this way in the city, but he hadn't paid attention to them. They hadn't been important, neither a threat nor a target. Tanir asked how old. How old is what? Tristan looked at the woman who'd finished talking to his translator. She gave him a shy smile and looked away. You, the man chuckled. Still like old one, but not old. You move fast when fighting. I saw. The young man with the bucket reached for Tristan, who growled at him. For an instant, he saw himself ripping their throat, using their bodies to bash the others here to death. They took a step back. His father hissed his approval, but remained unseen. Maybe coming had been a mistake. His translator said something, and Tristan focused on him, realizing he'd missed an agitated conversation between them. Merle's Dorg offered apologies. He did not mean offense. Tristan looked at the young man holding the bucket. Blonde fur, like many of the Somalians here. The local coloring, probably, with black rosettes. He looked apprehensive as he spoke. He asks if he can wash you. Why? The question seemed to surprise his translator. You have blood from the fight. You smell of time. Tristan nodded. He'd been focused on building his wall he hadn't watched. So he'd been so focused on building his wall he hadn't washed, and it had been weeks since the last rain. Why does he want to do it? Honor to wash the battle of warriors. Tristan nodded to the closest group engaged in sect. That will not happen, his translator told the young man, and Tristan tried to read his face, but he knew nothing of Somalian body language, or he'd forgotten the little he had known. He expected he was weighing it if it was still worth going through with it. It is fine. He does not seek to have sex with you, only wash you. Then what does he want? What does he get out of doing it? The honor of washing you, of washing Tristan. What did that even mean? He nodded. He could use a wash, and if the man tried anything, Tristan would stop him permanently. No one moved, looking at him expectantly. Yes, he said, realizing he hadn't seen any Somalian nod. The young man led them to a bench. Tristan sat, and the man took a cloth out of the water, which smelled of ash and something else he couldn't place. Tristan closed his eyes, listening to the sounds, letting the sensations of the cloth rub against his fur soothe him. His father railed against him for indulging in Somalian rituals, but Tristan ignored him. It served the purpose, regardless of it being spiritual or whatever Somalians called it. He heard the bucket being changed multiple times, but only opened his eyes when the young man spoke. Tristan didn't understand the word, but the man was indicating his pants. He'd finished washing Tristan's upper body. Tristan took them off, and the man went back to washing him. When he was done, the man spoke again. The translator had moved on, and by the dark sky, this had taken some time. The man spoke again, but the cadence of the word led Tristan to think they were part of the ritual and not something he was expected to respond to. The young man picked up the bucket and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. He stood and... you know what? Tristan stood and moved closer to the fire, to be able to see the Somalians better. He didn't bother with the pants. Most didn't wear them either. He watched them, trying to understand the meaning behind the ear twitches, but without understanding what they said, it was impossible to establish the context. "Come dance," a man said. Older, his fur more white than black and gold. Excited. No. The man didn't reach for him, but motion. Dance. Celebrate life. Tristan shook his head. I survived. I don't need this. They hadn't expected to survive. That was why they were celebrating. They'd expected to lose. Weak, his father said. Just like I said. Were they? Tristan wondered. Of course. How can they survive if they expect to die? I don't see you celebrating for surviving. Tristan remembered a fight. A criminal cartel he and Alex had taken down for engaging in selling children. It had been a hard fight, and when it was done, only he and Alex remained. He'd looked at Alex covered in blood, and he'd taken him right there. He'd given in to his need because he knew he could have lost Alex, and he needed to feel his human against his body, prove to himself the man was still alive. Alex. He closed his eyes as the box cracked open. Saw him walking away. Felt the pain not having him at his side. Sad. Someone asked, a hand touching his arm. No, he growled, batting it away. He slammed the box shut. He wouldn't miss the human. He didn't need him. He wouldn't want him. He snarled at himself. Why couldn't his emotions stay in the boxes they belonged in? He didn't want the pain. He didn't need it. But it kept seeping back in. The growl intensified as he opened his eyes and looked around for someone to hit, to fight, to kill. He was alone within a large circle. The people at the edge watched him warily. Good. They understood the danger he posed. They feared him. You need to remind a human of his place, his father whispered. You need to remind him to be afraid of you. His father was right. He needed to grab Alex, pull him close, rub his muzzle against his cheek. No! Tristan growled. He needed to do what his father told him to. He needed to make sure Alex never looked at him with pity again, but with desire. He roared. In the silence that followed was near absolute. Everyone watched him. He didn't care. He was too busy trying to keep the box shut, trying to keep the pain from seeping in again. He needed to get away, find someplace safe. He needed to find Alex, to have him, hold him, have him soothe the pain. No! The crowd stepped back, then ran away. Ran out of his way as he stalked out of the town. Alex wasn't comfort. He was the cause of his pain. He needed to remove the human from his life. Yes, his father hissed. The box cracked, and Tristan almost fell to his knee from the pain. Stop being weak, his father screamed. I didn't raise a weakling. You don't need anyone. You are Tristan. You are the only one needed to ensure your survival. He made it to the house, to the back of it. He leaned against the polycarbon sheet, dropping to his knees from exhaustion. He could survive this. He had to. That was who he was. He fought sleep. He had a wall to build. He reminded himself sleep would only bring the nightmares. Alex touching him, Alex leaving him. He fought it, even as he knew he'd lose the battle. He'd already kept it at bay for days, and he didn't have the stims. All he could do was hope for a rare, dreamless sleep as his head fell forward and his eyes shut. And this concludes chapter 25 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this book as well as the others in the series, they are available at all major e-retailers. If you want to support me another way, that is on my Patreon, where you can get access to basically everything else I've written. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. Hey, Micanthrope. Yes, you can definitely post a link. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What have you been up to? And I will be right back. You've been trying to get a new place. This is the second house. You've nearly closed on, fell through 11th hour. A lot of time. Market's gotten worse. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you guys manage to find a proper place that will meet your needs. Houses were bought less than 6 years ago. They're double. Ouch. Yeah, the market markets will do stupid stuff. Um, Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 65 allies. We're going up against 20 enemies. And we are off. Cuddles is in first place. Cloud is in second. Bear Nuzzler is in third. Bob Infinity takes over second place. Cuddles is in third. Cloud takes over first. Bob takes over first. Tuliadub is in second. Cloud is in third. And we're done. Oh, I got a couple of kills. Bob Infinity is in first place. 2 kill, 5 assist. Tuliadub is in second place. 2 kill, 4 assist. Cloudy Rainy, Guitar Bard are in third place. 5 assists each. We have gold. Do we have a bluer Swede in the battle? We do. Then we have bombers and tanks, neither of which are currently being claimed. Fang Tian Yu, oh boy, Fang Tian Yuaji gets gold, Crazy Tachi gets bombed, and Cloudy Rini gets tanks. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the skin chest. And I am on singles now. So let's bring this up all the way back here. And time for my Lancer. And let's go here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I will do this morning's last read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop. A chest of skins seems very gruesome. Yes, well, they are digital skins, so they're nice to just stamp on your characters. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 26 of Once Broken. The roar-like yell had Jacoby looking up from the anti-gravity generator he was cleaning. The one from the old bus was the last group of the old bus. The one from the old bus the last group of mercs had used. The outside had been in bad condition, but the parts had been upgraded at some point in the last objective decade, if not maintained. He shielded his eyes from the late morning sun as a group of kids ran away from Tech, who watched them, teeth bared. They did that every so often. A game they'd been playing since the last attack. Jacoby shook his head in amusement, and Alex thought there was something wrong with Tech. Playing at terrorizing kids wasn't something someone sick did. Alex tried to keep them away, but he was now too busy socializing with his new friends or training them. Alex wasn't here now. Jacoby looked at the fighters to confirm it. If he were, he'd be playing harder to keep them away from Tech, so he could work. He watched as the kids huddled and then spread out, heading toward Tech, trying to sneak closer to the working Somalian. Invariably, one of them attracted his attention, and Tech jumped to his feet, roaring. They ran off. Jacoby wondered what would happen if Tech were to chase them, catch one. Would that scare them enough to go complaining to their parents? Would they demand Tech leave? Would they finally go home if that happened? He shook his head to clear the idea out of it. He wasn't the kind of man who used kids to get his way. Alex would see reason eventually. The adults were nowhere near as smart as the kid, and Tech nowhere near as gentle with those who bothered him. He always had someone watching him now, males and females. At least with the male, their excited state made it clear what they wanted out of Tech. Those who got close to him were growled at, and those who didn't take the warning seriously got a beating. Jacoby thought that would be enough to get them to leave Tech alone, but there was always a stupid fool willing to risk his life for what? A chance at getting Tech in the sack? That would never happen, not while Alex was around. Like the kids, this started after the last battle, and after a week, it showed no sign of slowing. Those smart enough not to get close to Tech left him offerings was the best Jacoby could come up with. They didn't just put food of bowls or other trinket on the table. They went to their knees, bowed, and offered them. They were distant enough, Tech ignored them. They were distant enough. Tech ignored them. They put the stuff on the ground, stood, and backed away. The whole thing had a reverence that made Jacoby sick. There were enough Somalians at the gun range that he wiped the gunk out of his hand and joined them. The Somalian did their best to include him in their conversation by using as much standard as they could. Except for Rig, a blonde female with light gray swirl Jacoby hadn't bothered to learn the name of. It meant Jacoby got to understand one word every dozen. Rig had been fluent before they arrived, and she had practiced hard, and she now spoke a broken but understandable standard. Rig, Jacoby called as the Somalian decimated the target with a DSU-21 rifle. Aren't you neglecting your hand-to-hand? No. He definitely took the power pack out, put a fresh charge in, and fired at another one of the wooden stick figure they were now using as targets. Jacoby watched a little longer before shaking his head and moving on to help someone who needed it. Something had happened between him and Alex, and now the two avoided each other. Or rather, Rig avoided Alex, and Alex didn't seem to notice, which made Rig angrier. Instead of confronting Alex about it, he shot targets. He was now the best Somalian rifleman. The blonde, angry female let out a string of Somalian curses as she tried to take the pack out of the Brazili personal power. The BPP was notorious for having a sticking pack, but she couldn't get the hang of the sliding unlock and pull required to take it out. Without words, Jacoby steadied her hand over it, indicated the unlock, and helped her through the motion again. Excitedly, she thanked him, forgetting to speak standard in the moment, then switching. Those around commented in Somalian, and she barked replies that had them snickering. He had her repeat the motion a few times before moving on to someone else. He'd have to help her again tomorrow. When she got excited, she lost her manual dexterity, and the BPP did require finesse. She should have used something else, but she was in love with the handgun, carried it everywhere, even if he didn't let her keep a power pack for it. Where's Alex? Jacoby directed her question at Rig, but the Somalian ignored him. He should have showed up to teach them knife work already. Even though they had claws, a few Somalians had taken a liking to knives, and Alex had been teaching them how to handle them. But since the battle, that was something else he was neglecting. Town, the female answered. Of course, Alex was in town. But what was he doing there all day? Drowning his misery in drink, burning off energy in, you look at Rig. If Alex was in bed with someone else, it would explain Rig's behavior. But Jacoby couldn't see Alex doing that, not because of Rig, but because of Tech. Alex was devoted to him to an unhealthy level. But Somalians were rather free with whom they loved. Jacoby avoided going to town since walking in on three of them going at it in an alley. Alex had decided that because Tech was Somalian, he wouldn't mind having sex with other Somalians? Other of his species? If that was the case, Jacoby had a feeling Alex would be in for a surprise if Tech found out. Jacoby didn't see him as the sharing kind. As the sun started going down, Jacoby saw Alex returning from the town. I don't need that. Saw Alex returning. Jacoby met him halfway away from anyone who'd listen in, mainly Rig and Tech. This could turn ugly if either heard this. Alex, Jacoby greeted him. Out of curiosity, what's keeping you busy in town? The computers, Alex replied, not stopping. Jacoby watched him, too stunned to walk with him. What do you mean, they're computers? He called once he got over it. They don't have computers. Of course they do. Alex wasn't entirely paying attention to him, distracted by his thoughts. They just can't use them. Someone's unleashed an infection on them. Jacoby looked at the hover by the priestess cabin. Should I be worried? He didn't go on the net often, but he did go to check his notes for news from back home. Alex finally looked at him, then followed his gaze. No, we're safe. Their computers are identified as Somalian, so Leisure Tech can track what they do on them. The infection targets that identifier. The only way ours would get infected is if one of us were to insert the infection into those system. So Leisure Tech's attacking them? Cutting them off from the rest of the world? That doesn't feel right. Leisure Tech doesn't want them to die. They want the people here to give in to them. They're applying pressure, not strangling them. How are they going to call for help without access to the net? One of the Somalian from the fighters called to Alex, speaking quickly. Alex replied in Somalian with an ease Jacoby didn't like. It might be somewhat at Leisure Tech, Alex continued, but I doubt it's approved. Like you said the other day, all this has probably been assigned to a cubicle jockey who's doing the best he can with limited resources. What that Somalian say? Huh? The one who talked to you. Oh, he wanted me to spar with him so I can evaluate his form. And you answered? Alex looked at him. I'm busy. What's going on, Jacoby? You spoke to him in Somalian. Did I? Alex looked back. Huh, didn't realize it. You didn't realize you spoke in a different language? How does that work? Alex shrugged. I already speak a bunch of different language. SpaceGov only enforces standard form over the network. Internally, every corporation has its own coding language, and I've had to learn them if I didn't want to waste microseconds with a translator program. I guess speaking Somalian is the same. Just code. It's just code after all. Jacoby shook his head. At least Alex wasn't cheating on tech. He had to be content with that. Alex nodded to the table with the anti-gravity generators. How's that going? It's going. Turns out that bus has more recent parts than either of the other two others. That's from it. Alex looked around. So you kept it? It's in the wood. It's in the woods. Which of the hover are you putting that in then? After I've cleaned it, it's going into the vacation hover we came in. It isn't so powerful that it's going to make much of a difference in how long it takes to get back to the city. I don't think you want to be cramped with tech in the small things the Mercs came in on. And the bus has no comfort. Alex didn't say anything. He looked at the generator, ran a finger over one of the sections Jacoby hadn't cleaned yet, the tip coming away covered in black goo. You mentioned something about these parts not being well maintained. Do you think that's on purpose? What are you thinking? Alex wiped his finger on the rag. Mercs are disposable, as far as corporations are concerned. They could have sabotaged this so it would fail after doing the job. It happened often enough to Tristan and me when we took jobs for them. They promised this giant pay for a tough job, you do it, and on the way back, the hover blows up on you. Blows up under you. Job's done and they don't have to pay anyone. Blow out from under you and tech? Alex smiled. They tried, but they didn't count on Tristan going over every inch of this equipment, and that included the provided transport. They paid for it. Yeah. Jacoby sighed. Back in my day, there was more respect for the work we did. Tech would have to go over this to tell you if it's sabotage. I can repair a hover, but unless it comes with the data file explaining how it was sabotage, I'd miss that. I think this is just negligence from the rental company. Before we got here, people kept showing up to harass the herder. That means they had to return to wherever they came from. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same people coming back over and over. Things only escalated once we started taking them down. That tells me they were expected to make it back. Alex nodded. That makes sense. He smiled. I'm going to go into hover. I need to work on the latest version of my antibodies. And you probably want to be alone with your fan club. What fan club? Jacoby, a Somalian called. Blonde with gray swirled was striding toward him with 4 others from the shooting range. Shooting done. So I see, he replied, trying to work out what Alex had meant. Watch, she said, and she proceeded to take the power pack out. It stuck, but her motion were precise, if slow. In a firefight, she'd be in trouble. Good work, Jacoby said, and she smiled, all teeth. She and the others put the packs in the charging rack. Come drink, she said. Have fun. She canted her head. You come. I'll pass. I've told you before, I'm not interested. They spoke among themselves, and Jacoby turned to the generator. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and he stiffened. Come, she repeated. Celebrate. Hero. Fighting the urge to push her away, he gently took the hand and moved it from his shoulder, and removed it. And moved it away. The celebration was last week. If you guys are still celebrating, good for you. I have better things to do. She canted her head. She didn't understand. Jacoby was sure, but he didn't care. She smiled, put on another show of teeth, and she grabbed his hand as he released her. She pulled him toward her. Jacoby didn't think she had him off balance, so he collided with her, but he planted a foot behind her leg and shoved her back, yanking to get his hands out of her. With the barking that was Somalian laughter, she fell back, but he hadn't managed to get his hands out, so she pulled him along. He felt a hand on his belt, then he was in the air, hitting the ground on his Sitting okay. He felt a hand on his belt, then he was in the air. Then he was in the air. Okay, his back. His back hit the ground hard enough to take his breath out of him. Then he was moving, turning to get to his feet. To his feet. Her hand reached for him, but he twisted out of the way. She was stronger than he was. If he let her gain control, he was done for. She tried to grapple him again, but he evaded her easily, turning to keep facing her. The only advantage he had was that she lacked skill. When she reached for him again, he grabbed her wrist and let himself fall back, pulling her with him. He raised his foot to plant it on her stomach, but she twisted. His foot slid against her fur, and she landed on him, punching the breath out of his lungs. She looked at him, panting. Her fingers caressed his cheek. He wanted to shove her away, shove her off him, but his arms were pinned. Come, she asked softly. He got it now, got what she was after. He managed to pull an arm out, grabbing Termy and put the barrel to her side. If you don't get the fuck off me, I'm going to put holes in you until there's nothing left. Laughing, she rolled off of him. Shaking, he stood glaring at her. What the fuck is wrong with you? She canted her head, the laughter dying off. Jacoby knew she didn't understand the words, but he hoped she understood she hoped the tone was enough. She stood. Angry? What do you think? Yes, I'm fucking angry. I'm not interested in you. I'm getting a drink. I'm not interested in you, in getting a drink with you or anything else that has to do with you. Stick to your own fucking species. She continued to watch him, head canted. If she understood any of what he'd said, she didn't show it. He threw his hand in the air. Fuck it. He turned and focused on the anti-gravity generator. He saw them leave, and without the stress of her presence, he could think. What could he have done to give her the impression he was interested in her? He shuddered at the thought. If you'd bothered getting to know them, Alex said from inside the hover, you'd know why she's coming on to you. I don't want to hear about it, Alex. I told her. Now it's the end of it. Alex snickered, and Jacoby glared at him. There had better be an attack soon, because Jacoby got the sense that if he was going to, because he got the sense he was going to want to hit people real soon. And that concludes chapter 26 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this book, as well as the others in the series, they are available from all major e-retailer. If you want a different way to support me, that is on my Patreon, where you can get access to basically everything I've written. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. You I'll go there. Right. I'm supposed to start uploading these guys. Forgot. I'll start doing that. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. And Fox Rider starts in the lead. Becca Stinks is in second. Bear Nuzzler is in third. And got a couple of kills. That's cool. Stay Faded is now in second place. Bear Nuzzler is in third. Fox Rider gets back into second. As we take care of the last of the enemies. And we are done. We have won. Fox Rider made it to first place with 13 assists. Stay Faded. Oh, wait a minute. Bear Nuzzler and Fox Rider are tied in first place. Stay Faded is in second place with 1 kill, 12 assists, and Cuddles is in third with 12 assists. We have vampires. Do we have a reliable battle within this battle? No, no reliable battle within this battle. Then we have barbarians, which are not claimed by anyone. So, Stay Faded gets vampires. Sigma OS, Cloudy Rini get barbarians. And yeah, somebody's late to the party. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the skin chest. And still on singles. Mage will be the next one. So it is time for my lion. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this will turn out. Hello, Moonlight. For your birthday, can I admit that I'm cute? Um, well, I suppose I can say it. I'm cute. Cute tar. Uh, well, not everyone is comfortable as not everyone is as comfortable as I am lying about what they look like or what they think about themselves. Actually, no, wait, never mind. It's not gonna work. You think I'm a handsome tiger? Well, thank you very much. Eight, 7, 6, 5. This is in order. Good. Oh, you haven't posted yet. Okay. Alrighty. And with that, I'm gonna take lunch. I will do my best. Actually, I need to make a change to return within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 13 enemies. Maybe a little more. Somebody killed a few. Cuddles is in first place. Salpol Onion is in second. Shibare is in third. And I believe we're about to be done. And we have won. Cuddles is in first place with 9 assists. Shibare is in second place with 3 assists. Helpful Onion is in third with 3 kills. We have tanks that no one is currently claiming. So, Netrunner 0, Forgotten Dragon Bite, Kiritsu, Shadowless Rocket, and Guitar Bard. You've all been tanked. And we move on to a moderate battle before the skin chest. And it is a mage for me. And in half an hour, no, when I get back from lunch, we will see how this turns out. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 17 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Cloud is in second. Cuddles. Oh, wait. Cuddles takes over second. Is back in third. Is back in second. Cloud is now in second. Cuddles is in third. And we're done. Did I kill anything? Nope, I did not. Sigma OS is in first place with 9 assists. Bob Infinity is in second place, 8 kill. Claudia Rini is in third, 1 kill, 3 assists. We have gold. Is Bluer with us? Not at this time. We have healer. Wait, healers. Do we have a tattoo lover? We do not. And then bombers are not claimed by anyone. So, Cat Lady 100 gets gold. Andy Warlol gets bombed. And Mwanme gets healed. And we get to have a skin chest. I don't think we'll reach the boss. Mage. Yep, my baby mage gets to throw some fireballs around. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And this afternoon, did I change it? Yes, I did. Which means I need to change this to, because it is still going on. I hope everyone had a good hour. I can't say good lunch because too many time zones. Roaming. Or today it is chapter 3 of Pit Stop. It is an Alex chapter, so let's change the icon. All right, I need to bring up a few things. You know what? Can I access that from Drive? Oh, I guess you do not show up. Okay. We will do this like that. Okay, and where were... Yeah, if I put them around Highway 129. Yeah. Right, so that gives me where they are. Six, there's 29. The main issue this chapter is going to have, because I really thought Ryan got introduced here, not Ryan, Ralph got introduced here, is because this is basically the RV broke down. So what are we going to do about it? Like this is the extent of did I? And of course, I did not indicate what kind of RV it is. I did not write that down. Ah. Uh, why do I have a missing? close that and restart. Yeah, this is the bar that I'm missing. Is the name of this bar and why is it not there? Yes, I know I'm getting sidetracked. Binders, those are the same. Oh, format bar. Okay. That's where you are. There we go. Okay, good. Oh, no, why? Oh, I did not realize that. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 39 enemies. I don't get anything. But I'm alive. Sigma's in first place. Cloud takes that over. Sigma's in second. No, in first. Cloud is in second. Nursing Geek is in third. Cloud takes over first again. And, oh, I got a couple of kills. Yes. 2, I think. Claudirini is in first place, 7 kill, 9 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 3 kill, 11 assist. And Kiritsu is in third, 1 kill, 11 assist. We've got gold. Do we have a... I thought Bluer would be back in time for the big gold. And Lego heads are not currently claimed by anyone. So... Shibre gets Lego heads. And we get to move on to a moderate battle before the scroll chest. 145 to... Yeah, I'm getting to the boss today. And singles means it's time for my land. Holy bleep. How is a moderate battle easier, you know, with fewer enemies than the easy one? But half an hour to see how this goes. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That was not an easy one before. That was a moderate. And a loyalty chest. Maybe that's why. Anyway, half an hour to see how that turns out. did he go? Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 8 enemies. Let's see how long that lasts. There we go. We're done. We've won. Virtualoo is in first place with 10 assists. Nummy Bunny is in second place, 8 assists. And Andy Warlol is in third, 5 assists. Wait, how is there only 1 kill? Maybe the okay, well, no, the other one should all be up. Okay, I don't get it. How would they all have died and it not registered as a kill? Let's see. We have healers. Do we have a tattoo lover? Oh, we do not. Bombers and Saints are not currently being claimed by anyone. So, Kuma Kuru has been healed. Blue or Swede. Sainted. Sigma OS. Bombed. And we move on to the Loyalty Scroll chest. And yeah, okay, I'm still on singles. That means it's time for my fairy. And alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 59 allies. We're going up against 26 enemies. And hello, Simba. Welcome to the stream. Sigma's in first place. Tremer's in second. Nursing Geek is in third. Kane killed 2 of the epics. Sorry, epics. Lucifer killed 2 of them. Somebody killed the boss. And how many epics were on this map? And we're done. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place. 5 kill, 25 assist. Earning themselves top position in both categories. Tremer is in second place with 9 assists. And Nummy Bunny is in third, 7 assists. We have gold twice, but only one person claiming it. So Blue or Swede gets the big gold. Shinobis are not claimed by anyone, so Lucifer gets the small gold. Dr. Flamingo gets a Shinobis. And we move on to an insane battle before the gold chest. I have been well. Simba, how about you? What have you been up to? How are you doing? And it is time for my Lancer. And it is past 2 p.m., meaning time for the shop, where anything not level 30 is getting purchased. Okay, that's easy. I'm above 20, I get a refresh, and also nothing there. Wait, what went up? Ooh! Before I do that, what's my other Lancer at? Range Lancer. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Right. I do not want the... Yeah, I'm not a fan of the range attack. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Gaybalg. All good. Just finished fixing the car. Oh, very nice. And what story are you working on today? All right, so that is done. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. And now to visit the view on the viewer side of the shop, where anything not level 1 gets purchased, and I think I'm back up to 4 refresh. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Not bad. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Fake Minid. Fake Minid. You don't know, got a few projects lined up. Just a matter of choosing which one. Well, I hope you have fun with your writing then. So why do you not like the any? Come on. Swoon at... No, he swooned the woman. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 61 allies. We're going up against 25 enemies. And we are off. Sigma is in the first place. Shibra is in second. Satoru is in third. I have a kill. Cool. Wow. That stopped quickly. Oh, did I die? Yep, I did. Well, I got the kill. I'm not gonna complain. And we're done. We have won. Shibra is in first place, 1 kill, 14 assists. Sigma OS is in second place with 15 assists, and Mono Bear is in third, 1 kill, 11 assists. We have gold across the board. Let's see if Blue or Swede is there. And then we'll assign the rest of the gold. Guitar Bard, Nomi, Bunny, and Mono Bear also get gold. And for the last battle of the day, we will... Okay, yeah, no connection. We will go for the gold chest. And it is time for my lion. Huh, I could have sworn this was going to have enough space. Oh well. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. No, it would be in the side. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 60 allies going up against 47 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead. Andy Warlol is in second. Naval was in third. Is back there. Monobear takes over third. Wow. Really? My lion did not get any kill out of that? That is not common. Okay. That is not common at all. Sigma OS is in first place, 8 kill, 5 assist. Silver the Diamond Witch is in second place, 7 kill, 2 assist. Third String Gamer is in third, tie with Andy Warlol with 6 assists each. We have gold. Do we have a bluer Swede? There we go. Bluer gets their gold. The Berserker is not claimed by anyone, so Temi Cutie also get big gold. Third String Gamer has gone berserk. Silver the Diamond Witch gets small gold. And that brings the day to an end. Tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for the boss battle. So I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to Angst. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step in the morning and Inner Discord in the afternoon. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.